This conference will now be recorded.
Sir, we did only till like company alter the company details. That's all, sir.
Okay.
Writing also.
So, like we didn't talk about how many predefined masters are available, like ledgers, groups, voucher types.
No, sir.
Okay, fine. So I'll just repeat it once again with how did we create the company. So are you people are clear with how did we download and install the Tally into the system or to the laptop or computer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So I'll share the screen. So the Tally icon, it will be in this format, which will be the box with the blue and yellow colored square box shape. So double click on it. So as we have discussed in the previous session that there are 8 versions of Tally. So the first version of Tally was, can anyone remember?
4.5.
Yes, good. Tally 4.5. Then it was a Tally 5.4, 6.3, 7.2, 8.1, Tally 9, Tally.erp 9. Then the latest version is TallyPrime. So if you have forgotten the version, you can easily identify that. So if you know the table 9, so you can find it out what are the versions. Okay, fine. So now, when you are using a Tally, we can use a Tally in the 2 versions, 2 modes. One is educational mode and another one is license mode. So the difference between the license mode and the educational mode is when you're using a Tally in educational mode, you will be able to enter the data only on the dates like first and second, then also 31st of specific month. So we cannot enter any other dates. I'll repeat it: first, second, then 31st of specific month. These are the dates we can be able to enter the data. The next thing is you have certain features in the license version like remote access, data synchronization. So what is this remote access means? When you want to connect your Tally, which is there on different place. So let's assume it that you are there in your client place and you want to check the report of that client on your books of accounts. So you can be able to connect your Tally from your office in your client place and you can be able to view the data. You can enter and you can create a invoice for the client in your Tally by sitting on the client's place. So this is remote access, accessing Tally from anywhere outside. Then data synchronization. So if you are having branch offices and you are looking for the data to be centralized, that all your branch account data should be merged with your head office. So in that case, you can be able to use this data synchronization process. So to have this kind of features, so Tally should be in license mode firstly. Then secondly, it should have a TSS subscription period, that is Tally server services, which you are going to be using it for yearly once you have to renew it. Then any updates if you are going to have it. Now the latest version and latest release is TallyPrime release 2.1. So if Tally is going to come up with a new version or releases in the future, so to update it, you should have a valid TSS period. Okay, so these are the benefits when you are going to have a tally in license mode. And also there is a concept called auto bank reconciliation. This feature is available only if we are going to have the tally in license mode. Okay, Ashita, let her rejoin with the link once again, or if she is finding any difficulty with that particular screen or any message is there, ask her to tell us what is the error she is getting it. Fine, we'll go ahead. Now, how do I find my tally is a virginal genuine license number? So as you are able to see the screen, so here you have a serial number which is going to, okay, sorry for the interruption. Ashita, can you unmute yourself and tell me what is the problem she is facing?
So she's telling she's not able to join the session, and when she's joining, it's showing that something went wrong while joining the session.
Let her send the screenshot to you that what is that error kind message she has it, or you can forward her the link what you have been joined from the group what you have received it. Let her re-log into that. In case if she is finding any difficulty, she can send the error message to you and you can let me know, so I can be able to help you out on that case. Is that fine, Arshita?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine, ma. Yeah. So as you people are able to see the screen, in this you can be able to see the serial number which is there with 9 digits, and the serial number it is going to be with starts with 7. So this is the serial number which is going to be provided if you are going to buy the license from the genuine tally service or sales partners. In case if you find anyone using a tally with the serial number with alphabets or alphanumeric, so then that license it's not a genuine license, it's a cracked version. Okay, so where tally will not support with the cracked versions users. Okay, so this is a big information about how to identify that tally what you have been using, is it a genuine license or is it a cracked version. The next thing, so when you are using a tally, so when you are using a tally in the license version, you have a two choices. One is single user or silver edition, and the other one is multi-user gold edition. The difference between the silver edition or single user between multi-user is single user if you want to use the tally in license mode in only one system in your premises, then you can go for single user. In case if you want to use tally in license mode in multiple system in the same premises, then it has been recommended with multi-user. So where the tally license will get shared from the server system to client system through the physical LAN connection. Okay, so LAN means local area network, and that should be in the physical. So wireless LAN, it is not supported for sharing the license from server to client system. So this is the difference between the single user and multi-user or silver edition to gold edition. Okay, next, once you are going to open the tally, and there is no different softwares for the license version and the educational mode. Both are same. That means one software, it is a common which can be downloaded and it can be used either in the educational mode or in the license mode. Okay, so once you are going to install the Tally, and open the Tally, the first screen what it appears is, so the first screen it is going to appear with options. Do you want to work in educational mode or do you want to update the license or activate the license? So once you are going to activate the license, you are going to get a list of companies which you have already created, or you can create a new company. If you are not using in a license mode, then you are supposed to use with continuing educational mode option. So while using a Tally, it is a rule that you are not supposed to use the mouse. You are supposed to use only keyboard, because in Tally, every option that has been given with the shortcut keys. The shortcut keys, it will be there with the alphabet, and that alphabet, it will be highlighted in blue in color. Okay. So can anyone tell me what is the shortcut key mentioned for continuing educational mode?
The T.
Control plus A.
Okay. One person said as T, one person has said Control plus A. So which is the correct one? Can anyone else can try it?
It's T, sir.
It's T. Okay. So don't get confused. So you are going to get the options over here. You can move the cursor by using the up and down, left or right arrow keys. Okay. But my suggestion is always try to use with the shortcut keys so that it will take you to that particular screen at faster. Okay. Then the shortcut keys, whatever it is there, it is not going to be shown as a separate always. So either it could be in between the word. So for example, if I want, if Tally would have given the shortcut key for continue in educational mode as O. So we have it O in continue, O in educational, and O in mode option also. Any one of it. Let's assume it. So if that it was a shortcut key, then it would have been highlighted in a capital letter in blue in color. Okay. So try to identify the shortcut keys for each and every options and try to implement it, use it when you are practicing in Tally. Okay. This is one thing. The shortcut keys also will be there with the function keys, that is F1, F2, F3, like this. Okay. So when you are going to have a shortcut keys either in the alphabet or in the function keys, you are also going to see that shortcut keys, certain shortcut keys will be there with single underline. So like for example, you have it, the top menu shortcut keys. Can anyone read out for me what are the shortcuts are there on the top menu? What are the options are being shown over there on the top menu? Next to the word TallyPrime Edu, under the manage, what are the options you people are able to see? Hope the screen is visible.
Sir, it is K. like K underline, which means all.
Read
We can
out
use
the
alt K.
option name.
K
Can you
company,
read out the
Y
option?
data,
Okay.
XZ exchange,
Company, data, exchange, import,
import, export, mail and
export.
print.
Yes, good. So if we see the options and for that shortcut keys, what it has been highlighted next to that, it is there with a single underline. So in case if you find any shortcut key with a single underline, then is a shortcut key used with alt button. That means if it is there as a single underline and K, then the shortcut key is alt K. In case if you find anywhere in the future tally screens with double underline and shortcut key, then we are supposed to use the key combination of control. So suppose K was been given with double underline, then it would have been control K. If it is single underline, alt K. Okay. So try to make it a note of all these things, shortcut keys. It may be helpful when you people are practicing it. Okay. Fine. So now let me go to the educational mode since I'm not using it in the license mode as of now. In educational mode, almost of the 80 to 85% of the features what you are going to get it in license mode can be used. Okay, so let me go to the option T, work in educational mode. This is the first screen what it appears, the select company screen. So select company screen, if it is appearing for some people, if you have already created any company and it is going to get open that company automatically instead of getting list of companies, if any case any company gets opened automatically, so how do we solve that? It is always recommended to have a list of companies when you open a tally. Okay, suppose if you have a screen which is showing a gateway of tally of any particular company, then press F1. So what is the option for F1 here?
Help.
What is the option it has been specified for help?
F1.
F1. Good. So in F1 help option, you can go to the settings. Can you find it? What is the shortcut key for settings?
Yes, sir.
S, sir.
Yes.
Yes, it is yes. So let me use the yes and I'm getting a options over here. Here I'm supposed to go for an option called startup. So go to the startup option and here confirm that you are having an option load companies on startup as no, then below to that companies to load as zero selected. But sometimes you people may have it the first option as yes and second option it will be shown as one selected. That means one company it is already selected to get open defaultly whenever you open the tally. Okay, so you can do in that case as without disabling the first option load companies on startup as no, let it be as yes. First you go to the option companies to load and here one company it will be taken in the list of companies to load on startup. Okay, since my company is not been selected, so I was able to get it automatically as a list of companies. But when you people are going to find it, a company is getting automatically opened. So you have to come to F1L, settings, startup, select companies to be selected, and here instead of selecting any of the company, keep it as end of list. Make sure that it is not going to be selected anything else. Then this makes your companies to load as zero selected. Then you make the cursor. So to move the cursor on up, you use the up arrow key or backspace. So in case if the backspace does not work, you can use up arrow key. To move the cursor on the next option, enter or down arrow key. Okay. Then to make this option from yes to no, press enter. So it turns into no. Okay. So please make a note of all the shortcut keys. Okay. So in the respective screens, the respective options, the respective shortcut keys to be used. Okay. So to accept the screen, whatever I made the changes now, I have to save it and come out of the screen. So to save and come out of the screen, use Control A. Control A for accepting the screen with the saving of changes. So press Control A. Okay. So in that case, you can just quit the tally once and restart the tally. It will give you the list of companies while opening the tally. Okay. So give me a minute. I'll be just back. Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. Yes. So once you come to the list of companies, you can be able to have companies which you have already created. In case if you wanted to create a new company, you can just move your cursor to the top by using the up arrow key and select with the create company option. In the create company, you can be able to see that the first option, that is company data path. So here it shows that where your data has to be saved. So when you are going to save the tally data, it is going to get saved in your local drives of your system. So tally data, it will save only in the local drives, not on cloud. Okay. So for that reason, it is not mandatory to have an internet when you are using a tally. So only to download the setup file you may require with the internet, but to install or for using tally, internet is not mandatory. So your data, it will be saved in the local drive of your system. Okay. Now let us come to the company name. So let me give the company name as Raj Traders. So the mailing name option also, it remains the same name. In case if you want to give any other identical name to your company, you can be able to give it the same. Then address. So it is a self-explanatory that what is the address you are required. Then it is mandatory that you are supposed to select the state, and as you are going to select with the state, automatically the country it will be selected based on the state what you have been selected. So if you want to check it out, is that right? So suppose if I'm going to select a state of this country, so automatically it selects the country. So now if I want to change it, so first I have to change it with the country and then the state. Okay. So this is related to your company where it is located. So you can give all your contact details. Then you have to enter the financial year beginning date. So when you are going to start your business, so whatever the date it could be, and if you are maintaining the data for the coming years, so whichever the year it is, the financial year beginning from, it should be always from 1st of April. So the year it is, whichever the year, either it is before the current financial year. So the current financial year it is 1/4/22. It starts. In case if you want to maintain the data for previous year, you can give it 1/4/21, or you want to make it for the next year 1/4/23. So for whatever the financial year it is, but the financial year beginning from date, it should be always from 1st of April. So by default, it has taken 1/4/2022 based on the system date. Okay. So let me have the same date. Now the book's beginning date, it should be from what date onwards you are recording your business transactions in your books of accounts. So if you are started the business before this financial year starting date, then your financial year beginning from and books beginning from should be same. In case if you have started the business after the financial year beginning date what you are given, then you have to give the starting date of your business. For example, even though my financial year has been started from 1st of April 2022, I might have started a business from 1st May 2022. So the book's beginning date should be 1st May 2022. In case if my business was started 1st May 2021, in that case, the book's beginning date will be same as financial year beginning from. So that means only the year of your starting of the business will have a different dates. The rest of the years, it will be the both will be same date. Okay, so that tally will not make the person to enter any date of transactions or anything changes before the date of books or beginning date. Okay, next, the base currency symbol. So as we have selected the state and country, so based on this country selections, the currency it will be selected by default. So whatever the currency you are going to give it over here, the same currency symbol it is going to get printed, or it will be displayed in the respective reports, print or email when you send it, or if you export it in that report. So anything you check it out, the rupee symbol it will be taken automatically. It's not required for us to enter it manually. Okay, next, formal name. The formal name of our currency symbol is INR, Indian rupees. So why they have given the symbol as well as the formal name is, for every business transactions, you are supposed to have two types of values information. So it should be in the figure format, that is in numbers, and another one is it should be with words also. As we are all experienced while writing a check, it's mandatory you have to write it in the numbers as well as in the words. So the same way in your business transactions, any document you are going to issue it or receive it, it should be there with the values in both the format. Next, whether the currency symbol, whatever you are going to have it, is it before the currency amount? So for example, 100 rupees. Is that rupee symbol, is it before the 100 or after the 100? So it will be always before the 100. So anything before is called as prefix, anything after is called as suffix. Okay, next, always keep this option as no. So we don't want to keep our uh, currency symbol after the amount that is fixed. We want to keep it always prefix. Keep this option as no. Add space between amount and symbol. So it is mandatory to have a space between the rupee symbol and the amount. The next, show amount in millions. So whenever you are going to write the values or get the values with the calculations in the reports also, so whether this value should be shown in the million format or with our currency format. So if I give a value of 1 followed by 7 zeros, so it is 1 crore, right? So if it is in the million format, it is 10 million. So since we don't use the million format, we will keep this option as no. The next thing is number of decimal places. It is always suggested to keep it as 2. The maximum decimal places we can enter it, it is up to 4. So suppose if I'm going to give it more than that, it gives an error that number of decimal places cannot be more than 4. So always keep it as 2. Then what is the name is provided for that decimal value calculation. So by default, the currency when it is going to take it, the symbol also it will be taken for the decimal places. So if it is rounded value, it is rupees. If it is decimal value, it is considered as paise. Okay, next. Number of decimal places for amount in words. So this also should be as 2, same as number of decimal places. So as I said, we are going to give it in two format. One is number format or figure format, and another one is word format. So here the decimal values also should be shown in both the formats. Okay. So in case if you feel it, any option if you want to use it or it is not available in the screen, if you feel it, always check it out on the right hand side. Is there any relevant options which you are required with the shortcut keys, or if not found in the shortcut keys on the right hand side, so you can use F12. So F12 is a configuration settings. So this screen will give you those options which are not default in Tally. If you want, you can enable it as yes, so that it appears. If you don't want, you can disable it. Okay, it's a switch on, switch off. Anything you want it, enable it. Anything you don't want it, disable it. Okay. So to enable, you make it as yes. To disable, make it as no. So for yes, you can use it as Y and enter. For no, N and enter. Okay. So you can be able to change the options and enter, accept the screen. Okay. And the shortcut keys what you are going to get on the right hand side, and F12 configuration settings options, this both will be changed. That means it appears with a different options whenever you change the screen of Tally. So in this screen, the highlighted shortcut key is Alt R, that is group company, and F12 option. Whereas in the other screen, so if I go to any other screen, it won't give the same options. Okay, so enter, accept the screen. So in case if it asks for accept yes or no, if you press enter, it will take it as yes. If you press escape, it will take it as no. Okay, so now I'll press enter to accept it. Then in case if you want to use any of a feature, additional feature in Tally, then you can enable it in the company feature screen. So this screen will appear when you are going to create a company. For the first time, it will ask you to enable any options which you required, which you are going to use it in the Tally. So you can be able to enable it and you can use that feature. If not required, you can be able to disable it. Okay. In case if you want to use it later part, then you can press F11. F11 is for company features screen. Okay. So I don't want any options to be used. I'll disable the GST as of now. So to move the cursor, either use the up and down arrow key or enter key and backspace for up and down. So to make it as yes, Y, enter. Okay. So if you don't want to do anything in this screen, you want to come out of the screen, press escape. Okay. So let me disable this option as no and accept the screen. The accepting screen, the shortcut key is Control A. Okay. So this is the first screen which appears when you are going to create a company and open it, or when you open already created company, the first screen appears as Gateway of Tally. Now you have a two part of the screen. On the left hand side, it shows the name of the company. So whatever the company you have been opened, so that company name it shows. In case if you want to open one more company which is already created, so then you can use the shortcut keys, and to find out what are those shortcut keys are available related to company creation, alteration, or to open a existing company, then you can use a option company. Can I know what is the shortcut key of company in this screen? Can anyone let me know?
K.
K.
Is it only K?
Alt K. Alt K, sir.
Yes. So if you press Alt K, you will be able to see the shortcut keys relevant to the company. So you can create a new company from this screen. You can go to alter, and you can see the shortcut keys for each and every option. So for create it is C, for alter it is A, for change it is G, for select it is S, for shut it is H. Okay. With that, you can also see on the right hand side of that options that there are shortcut keys are specified. Instead of coming to Alt K and go to this option, if I want to implement that shortcut keys, then you can use those shortcut keys which are there with function keys. Okay. So what is the shortcut key? It has been specified for select.
Press F3.
It is Alt F3. So I'll just press escape to come out of the screen and press Alt F3. Instead of going to Alt K and selecting, I can press Alt F3 directly, so that I will be able to get the list of companies. So the companies which are already created. So let's assume it that I want to open a company ABC. So you can see here the companies what I've kept open. Okay. So there it was around 5 companies. Here I have a 2 companies. That means in the list of companies, it shows all the companies which are created. In the gateway of Tally, it shows only those companies are kept open. Okay. So now, which is that company you are going to have the impact of anything you do it. Now, for example, I have opened 2 companies, ABC company and Raj Traders. So if I enter any information into the company, so which company will have that data? Is it ABC or is it Raj Traders?
ABC.
Yes. Okay. Just a moment. I'll be back. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, we will continue with. So as you people know that I've kept open with two companies. Thank you for the response. It was whatever the details now I'm going to enter in this tally, it is going to get saved in the company, which is name below the name of company, the company which is there in the name of company under. So that company will have all the information. In case if I want to switch on or switch to another company, but I don't want to go for Alt F3 and select the company once again. Instead of that, I want to switch the company now from ABC to Raj Traders. In that case, I have to press F3. So when I press F3, it shows only that list of companies which are kept open. So I can choose that another company. Now you can be able to see that the company which I've selected, it is showing over here. Okay, so the difference between the Alt F3 and the F3 is Alt F3 will show the list of all the companies what you have created, and F3 will be used to change the company which is kept open. Okay, then the shortcut key to shut the company. Let's assume it that I don't want to work in the ABC company, so I don't want to keep it open. So press Ctrl F3 and you can select that company which you do not want to keep it open. Okay, so you can shut the company in this way. To select the company, Alt F3. To change the company with the opened companies is F3, and to shut the company it is Control F3. Or if you are not remembering that shortcut keys, then you can use only the one option, Alt K, and you can choose the options. Okay, the next thing is it shut the company, is it equal to deleting a company? No, it is shutting the company means temporarily you are closing that company where the data is available inside the tally. But when you are going to delete the company, if you delete any information from tally, it is nowhere it is going to get saved. It is once deleted, it is deleted. You don't find that data anywhere else until and unless you have a backup of it. Okay, so how to delete? So let me see that how to delete a company is you have to come to the gateway of tally. You have to go for Alt K and use the alter, and you can be able to see that on the left hand side below the TallyPrime edu, it has been a small blue line which will talk about the screen name. So in whatever the screen you are there, that screen name it shows over here on the left hand side. Can anyone find out what is the screen name?
Company alteration.
Can you repeat it, ma? I didn't hear you.
Company alteration.
Good. So you can go to any screen of Tally. If you are confused where you are there, so you can see on the top left hand side that shows your screen name. Okay. Yes. So now we are there in the company alteration screen. Now you press Alt D. Alt D is a shortcut key for deleting. So it will not get deleted immediately if you press Alt D. So it will take some, it will ask one more confirmation. If I make it as yes, to make it as yes, either I can press enter key or Y. Okay, if I press enter, so it asks for are you sure? So if you are sure that you want to delete it, so that you don't want to keep this data forever, then you can make it as yes. So if it is by mistakenly, if you have done it, so you can press no for yes or press escape so that it is considered as a no action. Okay. So what is the shortcut key for accepting the screen?
Control plus A.
Very good. So it is Control A. So we have seen that how we can be able to use the company related shortcut keys. Now, above the company name, you have it as current period. So the current period means the period, whatever you want to enter or view the report. So that period you can be able to give it. So by default, it has taken the period as 1st April 22 to 31st March 23, the financial year date. Suppose if you feel it, I want to have a data for only certain period, you can change the period. So the shortcut key to change the period, it is Alt F2. So if you use the Alt F2, it will allow you to change the period for whatever the period you want to enter the data or view the report in your company. So you can give that period over here. Next, the shortcut key to change the date. So here the current date. So generally, what do you mean by current date? Generally, what is the meaning of current date?
Present date.
Yes, today's date is considered as a current date, right? But in case of Tally, it is not like that. In case of Tally, the date of last transaction is considered as current date. So whatever the date of entry, you do it. So that date is considered as a current. Okay. So to change the date, you can have a shortcut key, and the shortcut keys you can see related to this screen. What are the shortcut keys are there? You can see at the right hand side. Can anyone find out what is shortcut key for changing date?
F2.
It is F2. Very good. So I can press F2 so that it will ask you for entering the date. I can enter the date. So that date is considered as a current date. Okay. So suppose if you want to see, you can see the shortcut keys on the right hand side. As of now, you have it only two shortcut keys, right? One is F2 date and F3. So as I said, there are shortcut keys with Alt button and the control button, that is single underline and double underline shortcut keys will be there. So now here it is showing by default in TallyPrime. So Tally ERP9 or the before versions, they were showing it the all the shortcut keys, but in TallyPrime, it is like you will be able to see the shortcut keys only without that underline. Okay, if you want to know that in this screen, what all the shortcut keys can be used by using the Alt button and Control button, means you can just press Alt, hold the Alt button. So you can be able to see the shortcut keys, what all the shortcut keys are available in this screen with the Alt button. Just hold the Alt button. Okay. If you hold the Control button, it shows what are those options. Is that understood, everyone? How do we find out the shortcut keys related to Alt button and Control button? Is you go to any screen and press and hold it, Alt button and Control button, so that you can be able to find out what all the options are available. Okay. So we have discussed about the left hand side of the gateway of Tally screen. Now the right hand side. Under the name of gateway of Tally. So you have the classification of the options like masters, transactions, utilities, reports. So in this, the masters means what are the requirements to record a transactions. Commonly, what do we use it to record a transaction? To record any transaction, what do we need it? So what do we write it and what it is called as? When you journalize a transaction, what do you write? Can anyone try? While journalizing the transaction, when I write the transaction, so how do we write it? Example, rent paid of rupees 10,000. So how do I journalize this transaction? Is there anyone online? Hope anyone is there online. Okay. So when you are writing a transactions, you are going to enter it with the ledger account. Okay. So when you are going to create the ledger accounts, when you want to enter the ledger accounts, so that ledger account should be under the respective accounting heads. So let's see that what are those masters we can be able to create it, use it in the tally is. Let me go to the create option. So here we have it under the accounting masters as accounting groups, accounting ledgers, and accounting voucher types. So whenever you are going to pass a transaction, you have to create the ledgers, and that ledgers can be created from the screen. Under the masters, create. So in Tally, we have some predefined masters. So whatever we are seeing here, the accounting group, ledgers, voucher types. So for any business, when you are going to record the books of accounts, so you are supposed to have the common accounting types or accounting heads. It is mandatorily we have to use those accounting heads related information. So like that, we have certain predefined accounting masters. So you can go to chart of accounts from the gateway of Tally, masters, and you can use the shortcut key as H for chart of accounts. So it shows over here that how many predefined groups are available. So can anyone let me know how many predefined groups you are able to see on the screen? Okay. So to check the predefined accounting masters or inventory masters, go to Gateway of Tally. Gateway of Tally, it is given with the short name as GWT. Always use Gateway of Tally as GWT. So under masters, chart of accounts. So I'll be giving all this information through the chat. If required, you can make a note of it. So accounting groups are 28. So in this 28 groups, 15 are primary and 13 are subgroups. So there are 28 groups by default. In this, 15 are primary and 13 are subgroups. So this 13 subgroups, how do I uh, bifurcate it is? So if you see that the groups which are there on the left hand side, the left alignment, so these are considered as a groups, that is primary groups, and which are there in the center alignment, so these are considered as a subgroups. Okay, so the meaning of subgroup is a group which is created under another group is called as subgroup. So now, apart from this 28 groups, can I create any more groups if required? Answer is yes. You can create n number of accounting groups in case if you are required for your books of accounts recordings, if it is essential. So how to create that means, so you have to come to the gateway of Tally, that is come escape and come to the main screen. So this gateway of Tally, go to the create option C, then go to the group option, and here you can create the groups. So for example, I'll create a group as working capital. So this working capital, I can be able to create it under capital account only. So if you feel it that it should be shown, the reports has to be shown capital account as a heading, and under that if you want to show it the working capital value, you can create it as a subgroup. So that is working capital under capital account, it's considered as a subgroup. But if you feel it that you want to show that value of capital account separately and working capital as a separate amount, and in that case you can be able to select it under primary. So when you select a group under the primary, it will ask for the nature of group, that is what is the nature of account. So is it related to assets, liabilities, expenses, or income? So capital, working capital is related to which type of group? Can anyone let me know? Working capital
The liability, sir.
comes under, yes, liability. Very good one. So I can be able to choose it as liabilities so that it is going to show in my liabilities report. It is going to be the one of the highlighted component. Okay. So why it was not showing this option when I was choosing with capital account? See, when I'm choosing a capital account, so it was not showing. The reason is because the capital account, the group what I've selected, if I want to see this, how it was created, so you can press Control Enter. The shortcut key to go for any alteration of the master, that is Control plus Enter. So when you press Control Enter, it takes you to that particular alteration screen, and you can see that the capital account is created under primary and this has been grouped under liabilities. So when capital account is already grouped under the liabilities, then it is not required me to again group it the working capital, which is going to be created under capital account. Okay, so it should not make a mistake. For that reason, so we are going to select it. In case if not required, you want to create it as separate, select it as under primary and choose the right accounting group. Okay, so let me accept this. So after accepting the screen, press escape and come to the gateway of Tally, chart of accounts, and go to the groups. So can you tell me how many groups are there right now? So how many accounting groups are there now?
29.
29. Can you see that working capital is showing over there and under what it is showing?
Capital account.
Yeah, can you repeat it?
Capital account, sir.
Yes. Under capital account, we have this working capital. Okay. So this shows that I can be able to create n number of groups if required. Okay. Now, the second type of master is ledgers. So how many ledgers are available by default in Tally? Can anyone identify and let me know how many number of default ledgers are available?
Sir, only cash.
Uh, can you try to find it out? If you see at the bottom of the screen, it shows how many ledgers are available.
2 ledgers.
Okay, so it is 2 ledgers. So that accounting ledgers which are already created are like cash, then P and L account. So if you want to see that, you can see under the liabilities, it's showing as profit and loss account. Okay, suppose see this, it is showing with the groups. So that means it is mandatory that every ledger has to be created under the respective accounting groups. Okay, so if you want to view only the ledgers, I don't want to see the groups, I want to see only the ledger wise screen. Can you find out any shortcut key is available which can get you the report with only the ledger wise screen?
F5.
F5. Very good. So when I press F5, you will be able to get only the ledgers screen. Okay. So my request to you people, whenever you're practicing Tally, try to see the shortcut keys on the right hand side and make use of those shortcut keys. Don't worry if it is a wrong shortcut key or being used. At least you'll come to know is a wrong. Okay, or it is not going to give what you wanted, but if it is giving you better than that, so that will be helpful to you. Okay, so how do you consider make the people to consider you as a Tally expert is only when you are using the shortcut keys and getting the results at faster way. Okay, so these are the two ledgers are by default created. Fine. So the next thing is voucher types. So here I don't say it as only accounting voucher types. There are different types of voucher types are available. So in that voucher type there are 24 types of voucher types. So how do I describe this 24? How do I bifurcate it? So accounting vouchers are 8. Inventory vouchers are 8. Then order related vouchers are 4. Payroll vouchers are 2. Then non-reflecting accounting vouchers are, so is it 24?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let me see that what are those accounting vouchers. So I'll list it out one one. So I'll explain this, the accounting vouchers. Now, if required, I'll also try to send it to the document to you people that what are the types of vouchers on what situation we are going to use the particular type of vouchers with the examples. Okay. After the session, I'll try to send it to you people. Fine. So the accounting vouchers, which are 8, are like contra, receipt, payment, journal, purchase, sales, debit note, and credit note. So these are the 8 types of accounting voucher types we are going to have it. So when do I use it? This voucher types. I'll just to list it out. Just Okay, hope you people are able to see my screen. Is that visible?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll reshare the screen. Yes. Is that now? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
So now we will see that right. So the contra voucher. So contra voucher will be used only when the transactions involves cash and bank ledgers. So there are scenarios that when do you have when do you pass a contra transaction. So in the case of cash is deposited to the bank, so it will be debit bank account to cash account. When the cash is withdrawn from the bank, so cash account debit to bank account credit. When you are transferring an amount from one bank to another bank, so you are going to use this contra transaction. Okay. So then next, payment. So when the business makes the payment through the cash and or bank. Yeah. So I'll take it as cash or bank. Towards the payment to party against the purchases which is already done, or advance payment is received for the future, sorry, advance payment made or paid, advance payment paid for the future purchases, and also towards the expenses made for the business. So if it is in the case of expenses, then it is expenses account debit to cash or bank account. In case if it is a party payment, it is party account debit to cash or bank account. Then receipt, when the business is going to receive the payment through cash or bank towards the receipt from party against the sales, or advance receipt for the future sales. So when the business receives the money, receipt entry. When business pays the amount to the outsider, it is payment. So in this case, the cash account or bank account, it will be debited, credited with either it is a income or it is received from party. The next thing is journal voucher. So journal voucher will be entered to pass any accounting adjustment entry. Okay. So journal voucher is also called as adjustment voucher. So it is used for passing any adjustment entry or to transfer of value or amount from one ledger account to another ledger account for the specific period, or it will be at the end of the period. Almost of the time we pass the journal voucher, it is at the end of that period. So to make the certain adjustment transaction. In that, one example is salary expenses account debit to salary payables account. So here, salary expenses means it is already paid, but I am saying that it will be transferred to salary payables account. That means when you are going to, when you are supposed to pay, but you will not pay now, which you will pay it in the later part. So what we are supposed to do it is we have to transfer it from the expenses which is showing it as we are going to make it as a liability. Okay, expenses means it's already paid, but we are not going to pay it. For that reason, we are going to transfer it to the liabilities account. Okay, so we are going to use the journal voucher for this. So the next thing is purchase. The amount of goods or services brought by a business for a business use or for reselling. So when you are doing a purchases, it is two basis. One is cash basis or credit basis. So cash basis means it is purchase account debit to cash or bank account. In case if it is the credit purchases, then it is purchase account debit to party creditors account. So the party who is going to give the credit to the business is considered as a creditors. So we are going to take that party creditors account in our books of accounts. Next, debit note. So debit note means it is return of purchases. So when the goods that have been purchased but returned to the seller before the consumption on account of various reasons like poor quality, damage, not as per the buyer specifications. So if it is not in acceptable conditions, so we are going to pass it with debit note. So the entry it will be party creditors account, or in case if it is done on cash basis, then it is cash or bank account to purchase returns account. So purchase account in the purchase entry it was been debited, whereas in the debit note it will be credited. Next, the sales means the amount of goods or services sold by the business, either in the cash basis or credit basis. So if it is a cash sales, it is debit cash or bank account, credit with the sales account. Whereas if it is a credit sales, so then it is party data's account debit to sales account. The next thing is credit note, that means sales return. So goods that have been sold but returned by the buyer before the consumption on account of various reasons like poor quality, damage. Okay, so this is when I get back my goods from my customer. So credit note is also considered as a sales returns. So when you are going to return the goods or services, so you are going to debit the sales returns account and credit with the party data's account, or in case of cash basis, cash or bank account. Okay, so these are the types of voucher types and its explanation. Okay, I'll put it into your WhatsApp group. You can be able to use it for your reference purpose. Okay, now let's see that how to record this information in our Tally. So can anyone let me know that what are the transactions we have been discussed in the class, in the offline class? Do anyone has the transactions? So do anyone has that questions? So what we discussed in the class. Okay, so let me give the questions. Can you people try to journalize it? So, so give me a 2 minute. I'll just give up with the transactions and the same thing. We will try to journalize it and put it into the tally. Okay, so thank you all for being online. So hope you people are able to see the transactions over here. So can anyone help me out to journalize the transaction for this? How to record the transactions for this in your books of accounts?
Sir, first we need to create ledgers, sir.
Yes. So can you tell me before going to the tally, can you tell me how to journalize the transaction over here itself? So what to debit, what to credit?
Sir, debit cash.
Yeah, yeah. So it will be debit cash account. So the value is 10 lakhs and credit with
Capital.
Capital account, sir.
capital account. Good. So when you are going to give a name of the ledger, so it is going to be an explanation about what is happening in that business transaction. Okay, so you can give any names which you can be able to easily understand that what is this transaction is happening with. So either I can give it as only capital account, or I can give it as a Raj capital account, or I can give it as owner's capital account, or I can give it as business capital account. Okay, it should say that what is exactly this happening in this transaction. So this is the transaction. So you can give the narration. Yes. Can you try with the second transaction?
Bank account debit to cash account.
So bank account debit to cash account credit. Fine. So here, whenever you are going to record a transaction related to the bank, you should be very specific with the bank's name. So what is the bank name we are supposed to specify over here? So where do we
HDFC
have
Bank, sir.
this account? Yes, it is HDFC bank account. Okay, be careful with the name of the bank. Okay, so it may be there is no any problem if I have only one bank account. But in the case of when I have multiple bank accounts in the same business, related to same business, so in that case, if I just say bank account, it does not give you exact value. So you may not record the information in a right bank ledger account. So it will be a problem. So I'll always have an habit of using the name of the bank. Okay. So let me give the value to cash. So what is the next step?
Purchase account debit to Arvind company account.
Okay, good. Is there anyone else? Help me out
Purchase
with
to
the
cash.
transaction. Is it right? Yes, go ahead, ma'am. So purchase account debit. So that is the value of 5,000. And credit. Is it Arvind company account?
Cash account.
Okay. So is that everyone agrees it is a Arvind company's account only? Fine. As I
Cash basis, sir.
yeah, yes, yes. So it will be of what account, ma?
To cash account, sir.
Cash account. Yes. So here we have to find it whenever we have a transaction of purchase and sales. So we have it on two bases. One is cash basis and credit basis. So how do I identify that this transaction is related to cash only or credit? Okay. So if the transaction have a word of cash, so then it is understood it is a cash basis. So we have to take it as cash account. Suppose in this case, I have it both the name of the party as well as the cash. So where we get confused. So in this case also, it is either the party name is there or not, but there is a word of cash. So then it is understood as a cash account only. Then in case when there is no word of cash, when there was only the party name, then it is understood as a credit basis. In the credit basis, we have to take the party name. But in the case of when I don't have a word of cash and there is a no party name, so in that case, what it is going to be? Is it a cash or is it a credit?
Cash.
Cash. Because even though there is no word of cash, even there was no party name. So you cannot create a party name just like that. So you cannot create a creditor on your own until and unless there is a party name, there is no credit. So it is everything, it is cash. If there is only party name, there is no word of cash, then it is a credit basis. Is that clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
So let me put it as cash. Okay. So now, what could be this entry?
Furniture account debit to JK Interiors.
Okay. So it is debit with furniture account for 30,000 and credit with IK Interiors. Okay. So why we are taking a furniture account over here? See, whenever we are going to make a purchases, we have to take purchase account and it will be always debited. Whenever we are going to have a sales entry and we have to take a sales account ledger mandatorily and it should be credited. Okay. But in this case, I'm not using a purchase ledger. I'm using a furniture account. Why? Because whenever you have a purchase of a goods which is for the purpose of sales, it is always purchase account. But when you are going to purchase anything, an item for business use, sorry, I didn't use this sentence over there before the entry. So furniture is an asset, so which is meant for the business use. So we have to debit with the asset account rather taking with purchase account. Okay, so it is correct. It is a furniture account debit to IK Interiors account. Good. So what could be the entry? And this entry, it is a credit transaction because there is no word of cash. So for that reason, we took it as a credit transaction, and for the reason of credit purchase, so we took the party name. Okay. So let me know what is the next answer for the next step.
IK Interiors account debit to HDFC Bank account.
Very good. So it is IK Interiors account debit because they are the receivers of 20,000, and we are crediting with HDFC Bank because we are paying it through bank check, and this check is obviously it will be the check from the bank which I have an account. So always use the bank account name which is created for your company. Always your bank transaction will be there with your bank name only. If there is any other bank name, it is just an information. Okay, good. So what is the next transaction?
Sir, it is GK Traders account debit, discount allowed account debit to sales and to delivery charges.
Very good. So debit with GK Traders account because he's a receiver. So I don't give the value for the GK Traders account immediately. I'll let you know why. Next, debit with discount allowed because discount allowed is a loss or expenses to us. So for rupees, it is a 10% on the 3 lakh, that is nothing but 30,000. Then credit with sales account, and this value will be 3 lakhs because the transaction says the sales is happening of or 3 lakh. So that it is related to the sales accounts value. And credit with delivery charges. So most of the time you people will be having a confusion that why it has to be credited, why not debited. So only when you are going to debit in case if it is a expenses. So here we are charging the delivery charges. That means we are going to receive that amount. So for that reason, it is going to be considered as an income. So it is credited. Whereas discount allowed is an expenses. So it should be debited. So now you can see the total credit value is 3,10,000. So 3,10,000 minus 30,000, so which comes up to 2,80,000. Okay, so this is how you are supposed to find the values. So this kind of problem comes when you are passing a compound journal entry. So that means whenever you are going to pass any transaction through journal, so you have a two types of transaction. One is simple journal entry, that is going to get debited one ledger and credited with one ledger. when you have a multiple debits, multiple credits, it is considered as a compound journal entry. Okay, fine. So what is this entry? So what should be debited?
Sales written.
Okay. So it should be sales returns account of rupees 10,000, then credit with
GK
what?
traders credit.
GK traders. So it is 10,000. Good. So sales returns entry is nothing but the vice versa of sales entry. So in the sales entry, sales accounts was being credited. So here the sales returns is debited. In the sales entry, GK traders was being debited and here it is credited. So let me know what is the entry for the next transaction and what is the value of this transaction. It's very important. Something has to be debited and something has to, yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
HDFC bank account debit to GK traders account. Sir.
Yes, HDFC bank account. So in case if you have a doubt when it is being said in the transaction as Axis Bank, why we are taking it as an HDFC bank account means because the amount whatever you are receiving it through any bank in any form of instruments through that bank, either check, DD, net transactions, transfer, anything. So always the bank account we are going to record it, it is going to be related to our bank account. So the other bank name, whatever you have it of that parties, it is just an information to us. Okay. So now, what is the value for this?
Be half of 2,70,000, sir, or 2,80,000.
What is the balance it is supposed to be paid by GK traders?
2,70,000, sir.
Yes, because 2,80,000 was the sales balance what it was there. That is accounts receivables. So now, when you are going to see that there is also a returns of 10,000. That means out of 2,80,000, they have returned us the 10,000 worth of value of goods to us. So now they bear it only with 2,70,000 is the balance. So on that 2,70,000, they are supposed to pay. They are now paying us with 50%. So the amount is
1,35,000.
1,35,000. Good. So the next one.
Sir, it is depreciation to furniture.
Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat it once again?
Depreciation account debit to furniture account.
Very good. Okay. So what is the next?
Sir, it is HDFC bank account debit to commission account.
HDFC
A
bank
cash
account
account to
to,
commission.
yeah.
So cash
So
account to commission received.
yes. So why it is not HDFC bank means there is no information, anything related to bank. See, whenever we are saying it as a bank, there should be any reference of which instrument we are using it. Either we are using a check. If it is a check, I have a check number. If I'm using a DD, there will be a DD number. If there is any net transaction, there will be some kind of transaction reference number. Okay, TRN we call it as. So if there is no such kind of transactions information related to bank, then it is understood it is a cash. Okay, so hope everyone have understood with this transaction. So how it has been journalized, why we have been use this specific debit and credit by using the accounting rules. Okay, so I'll share it through the WhatsApp group later. You can once again have a look on all the transactions in case if you people are finding it any doubt, you can be able to clarify it by the next class. So just give me a minute. Sorry for the inconvenience. Fine. So now we have passed all these transactions. So now we will list out all these ledgers. What all the ledgers are being used in our transactions. Okay. So let me list out the ledgers. Okay. So let me give the ledger name and the group name. Okay. So instead of group name, I'll take it as accounting head. Okay. So the first one is cash account. So this relates to which accounting head? So for example, it is under current assets. Okay, so the next thing is business capital account. And this relates to capital account. So the next ledger is required.
HDFC Bank.
What is the next ledger? HDFC Bank. So this is related to
Current assets, sir.
current assets. Yes. What is next?
Purchase.
Yes. So we don't create cash account because it is already created. It is already available. So purchase account. So it will be under purchase only. Next.
Furniture.
Yes. Furniture. Which would be under
Non-current assets, sir.
fixed assets. Then
IK Interiors.
IK interiors. So this will relate to sundry. Always the party ledgers, it will be related to sundry creditors or sundry debtors. So now IK interiors, is it a sundry creditor or a debtor?
Debtor, sir.
So in case of the party, the credit party is for the credit purchase. So that party will become as creditors. So the person who gives a benefit to the business and will receive the money later. Sundry debtors is for the sales. So the person who receives the benefit who will pay it later. Okay. So IK interiors comes under sundry creditors.
GK Traders.
So GK traders. So this will be sundry debtors. The next
Discount allowed.
discount allowed. So it is indirect expenses. The next
Sales.
sales. So this will be under sales account. Next
Delivery charges.
So it is delivery charges. So it is an indirect income. Then
Sales return.
sales returns account. So this comes under sales account. Then
Depreciation.
depreciation account. So this will be under indirect expenses. Then
Commission received.
commission received account. Good. So it is indirect income. Okay. Is there any other ledger we have left out?
No, sir.
Yeah. Fine. So let's see that. Yeah. Let us see that how we can be able to enter this into the tally. So go to the tally. Gateway of tally and go to the create. In this, you go to the ledger option. Okay. So let me see the ledgers. What all the ledgers I have to create. So it is first ledger account is cash account. So I'll create the cash account. So if I press enter, so when I give the name as cash, and if I press enter, it shows name already exists. Enter a different name. Why it is giving this error?
Two default ledger accounts are already there.
So because the cash and profit and loss account, it is already by default, it has been created. So no need of creating the same ledgers and again. See, if I want to create it, I can give a other name, but not for cash. When already it is available, no need of creating once again. So let me ignore this. So the second ledger, what I'm supposed to create is business capital account, which is not available by default. I will change it. Business capital account. And this should be under the group of capital account. So you have to mandatorily create all the ledgers under the respective relevant accounting groups. Okay, so this is the list of all the groups, 29 groups we had it. In case if you find it that particular ledger is relevant to some other group which is not related, I think we have seen that how to create that particular type of groups. Okay, so now business capital account comes under capital account. I will choose this. So as of now, don't worry about other options. You have to just concentrate on the name of the ledger and under what group. So please be very careful when you are going to choose with the under that which group. Okay, whatever the group you are going to select it will reflect to your entries. Okay, so when you are passing the respective entry, so if you are not getting the list of ledger, even though you are created, so that could be the reason if you are selected a wrong group. Okay, then secondly, if you are not going to create it under the relevant accounting group and by mistakenly if you have been passed the entry with the wrong group only, then your reports will be wrong. Okay, so it is everything interconnected. Please be very careful when you are going to create a ledgers with the relevant accounting groups. Is that fine? So let me accept the screen. Okay, so business capital under the capital account. The next ledger is HDFC Bank. So HDFC Bank account. This should be created under what? So have a look on the list of groups. So select the relevant group and let me know what is the relevant accounting group is applicable.
Account, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Bank account.
Bank accounts. Okay. So we had been taken over there as a current assets. Can you see that there is a current assets account also, but in current assets it is a bank account. So that means current asset is a primary group, bank account it is under the current assets. So it is a subgroup. So let me take it over here as bank accounts, which is a part of current assets. And here, even here also it is under cash in and which is under current assets. Okay, fine. So let me accept the screen. So the next ledger is purchase account. Under the purchase accounts only, we have to select it. So do not enable or disable as of now with any other options. The next ledger is furniture account. So this should be created under fixed assets. Accept the ledger. So the next ledger is IK interiors account. And whenever there is a party ledger, so you have only two choices. Either it should be sundry creditors or sundry debtors. So IK interiors is related to credit purchase, so it will come under sundry creditors. And whenever you have a party ledgers, you have an option called maintain balances bill by bill option. So as of now, we are going to keep it as no. So let me show you the difference. What happens if I'm going to make it as no, and when do I make it as yes, so that how it is going to be helpful. Okay, so I'll keep it as no. So the next ledger is GK Traders, and this will be under sundry debtors account, and here also I'll keep it maintain balances bill by bill option as no. And if you are observing, so this option is available only for the party ledgers, not with any other options. Okay, next is discount allowed account, and this is under indirect expenses. Accepted. Next one is sales accounts. Under sales account, accepted. Delivery charges account under indirect income. The next is sales returns account under sales account. There is no any group as sales returns, so we have to consider it as a sales, because in the real report it will be shown below the sales accounts, which will be subtracted. The next one is depreciation account so which is indirect expenses, accepted. The next one is commission received account, which is indirect income. Okay, so these are the ledgers what we have created. Is that everyone are clear of creation of accounting groups, accounting ledgers?
Yes, sir.
Please type it as yes on the chat box.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the responses. Fine. So now, if I want to see that how many ledgers we have created as of now, can anyone help me out? Where do I get that information? From the gateway of Tally. Very good, Disha. It is chart of accounts. So go to the ledgers, and if I want to view only the ledger wise information, how do I get it?
F5, sir.
Very good. It is F5. Okay. So totally we have 14 ledgers. In that, 2 ledgers were already created. So we have created as of now with 12 ledgers. Okay. Is that everyone are clear till here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So
Yes,
let us
sir.
have a break of 20 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let us meet at 11:50 and we will continue the session. So after that, we are going to pass the transactions with few more features I will be explaining today. Okay, we'll get back at 11:50. Thank you for being online. Is that everyone online? Can anyone react? Is there anyone online?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the responses. Yeah. So I'll share my screen. So let me go back to the Tally. Okay. So now we have created all the ledger accounts which we were required. So now we will go to the vouchers. From the gateway of Tally, we'll go to the vouchers and we will try to record all those transactions what we wanted. So now when I say that the transactions has to be entered, so I cannot enter all the transactions in one particular voucher type. So as we know that how many voucher types we were having it, what are the number of voucher types we had?
So 5.
So how many voucher types we have it in Tally predefined?
5.
Can you see the chat box once again? How many voucher types we have it?
The 24.
Very good. So in that 24 voucher types, how many are accounting vouchers?
8, sir.
8. Okay. So I think I've been discussed about those 8 voucher types just before the break, before the transactions. So can you people try to let me know that which voucher type to be used for this transaction?
It's a receipt voucher type.
Very good. So it is receipt. Why it is receipt means because here the business is receiving the money. So it is a receipt. Yes. So can you try to let me know that what is the voucher type is applicable for this?
Next one, sir,
So out
contra.
of that, it's a contra. Very good. So this transaction,
Sir, payment.
so can you just recheck it? What is happening in this entry?
Purchase, sir.
Yes, this purchase.
Sir, payment.
Good.
Okay.
This is purchase. So you can see the transaction in that it has already been specified that it is a purchase. So what about this?
Sir, journal.
No, can you see that? Can you see the transaction? Read out the transaction. What's
Purchase,
happening
sir.
over here? It is purchase. Yes, this one.
Payment, sir.
Yes. What about this?
Sales.
So this entry has to be passed through. Yes, Hari dear.
Sales, sir.
Yes. Sales. So this is related to so sales returns is nothing but the credit note. Okay. Next. This
Receipts.
yes. Good. This one so this has to be passed through journal because we are not giving depreciation amount to anyone. So it is only for our internal adjustment. Okay, depreciation it is a non-cash expenses. So it is only for our recording purpose. It's an adjustment what we are going to do it for the asset account. So it will be passed through journal voucher. Okay. Finally, the last transaction. So this can be passed through.
Receipt.
Yes. Okay. So hope everyone have understood this. So now I'll also give it the shortcut keys for this. So for the receipt, it is F6. For contra, it is F4. For purchase, it is F9. So the same thing, F9. F5 for payment. F8 for sales. Alt F6 for credit note. Alt F5 for debit note. Again, receipt is F6. For journal, it is F7. And again, the receipt is F6. Okay. So we are going to use this shortcut keys to pass the transaction in time. Yes. So now the first entry it is related to the receipt entry. So the shortcut key is F6. Now, while passing the transactions, so I just want to add it with this, the points like while passing the transactions or vouchers related to payment, comma, receipt, and Contra can be passed in two modes. Those are double entry mode and single entry mode. To change this mode, you should use a shortcut key as Control H. Okay. Journal voucher can be passed only in double entry mode. Purchase from a sales from a debit note and credit note can be passed in three modes. Item invoice mode, accounting invoice mode, then as voucher mode. So which is nothing but double entry mode. So here also the shortcut key to change to any of this mode, Control plus H. Okay. So these are the important things which you should be aware on it. So any of these transactions when you are passing it, so you can be able to pass this entry any of this modes. Okay. So now the payment receipt contra can be passed in double entry mode or in single entry mode. So how do we identify that we are there in which mode? So one thing is you can press Control H and you can see that which mode it is there, the cursor will be there on that. So which is the mode presently which we have selected now?
Double entry.
Double entry. Okay. So how do you make it without pressing Control H? How do you make it by seeing the screen itself that you are there in the double entry mode? So that is, if the cursor starts with the option credit or debit. Okay. So if it is asking for you to debit or credit, then it means you are there in the double entry mode. If it is changed to single entry mode, so it will be asking you to select the account. So that means single entry mode means you are selecting the relevant ledgers. Okay. So for example, in this account, if I want to select a ledger, so to select the ledgers which is already available inside the tally, so press space bar. If you press space bar, you can see on the right hand side, you will get the list of ledger accounts. So have you created only 2 ledger accounts or more than this? Whether did we
More
create
than
only
this.
2 ledgers? More than this, right? So but here it appears only two ledgers. Why means, so single entry mode means it is only selecting the relevant ledger in the relevant field. Okay, so this particular field is meant for only that ledgers related to cash or bank. So that means when you are receiving the money, you'll receive it through the cash or bank. When you are making a payment, it will be only through cash or bank. So whenever you have a ledgers, whenever you are passing an entry related to receipt, payment and contra, so the account, this option will display only these two types of ledgers, cash or bank. Okay, so now this receipt, in this receipt entry, whether we are doing it through the cash or a bank, the first entry,
Cash.
cash. So we will select it as cash. So now the second ledger, every entry have a minimum two ledger accounts. One has to be debited, one has to be credited. So we have selected one ledger, that is cash. So either it is debited or credited, we will see later. So I have to select it with the account as cash. So now if I want a second ledger to be selected, so whether did I create that capital ledger or not? Did we
Yes,
create
sir.
it or we have created? Yes. So if I want to know the ledgers which are already created, so the shortcut key I should use it as space bar. So if I press space bar, I'll be able to get list of all those ledgers. Now in this list of ledgers, are you getting a cash ledger or bank ledger?
No, sir.
No, right? So that means Tally does not want you to select a wrong ledger in the wrong field. So it has to be selected only in the accounting option, and the other opposite ledger has to be selected below. So this is business capital account. Okay. So what was the amount? It was a 10 lakhs. Is that understood? How we can be able to pass an entry in the single entry mode?
Yes, sir.
So now, yes. So now, if I want to see the same entry in the double entry mode, see, double entry means it's not that you are going to enter the same entry twice. Double entry means the way how you are going to show the entry. Okay. So if I want to see the same entry, if it is in the case of double entry mode, how it will be. So I'll press Ctrl H to change the mode. Select that, and you can see that entry, it has been changed to double entry mode. So here you have to be very careful that in which voucher type you are passing the double entry mode, whether is it asking you to first debit it or credit it. So in this receipt voucher type, what it is asking to do it, is it to debit first or credit first?
Credit first.
Yes. Okay. So make sure that you are there in which voucher type and it is asking for which type of option, whether to be debited or credited. It's a default behavior. I cannot change it. Like while writing the transactions manually, we will always debit it first. But in Tally, in respective voucher type, it has been given that in certain voucher type, it will be credited first. In certain voucher type, it will be debited first. Okay, I'll let you know in the future when we are doing with the particular concepts why it is debited, why it is credited in certain transactions first, and why it is debited first on certain transactions. Okay, so now we will go with the flow. So in the receipt, it is asking us first to credit it. So as per our entry, credit is business capital account and the amount is given, and next it has been debited. So I'm going to select the cash account. which has to be debited. Now the amount also is given, enter. So only one ledger and debited and one ledger is credited. So it has been taken. Now it is mandatory whenever you are going to record a transactions to be entered with narration. And that narration, it will be started with the word of being. So being capital brought by owner of rupees lakhs. So narration means it's an explanation about the transaction, that even after certain years of data entered, if you go and check it out with that particular transaction, it will be showing for what purpose, what is the reason of transaction. Okay, so we will accept the entry. Yes, so you can see that this date cannot be entered. Why? Means because I've entered that date in the book's beginning date while creating company, as my book will be starting from 1st of May. So it is not allowing us. So what should I do it? What is the shortcut key to change the date?
F2, sir.
F2.
F2.
So I can press F2 and I can change it to 1/5/2022. So now if I try to accept the entry, it is allowing me to accept the entry. Hope you people have understood this entry. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Should I repeat it? If anyone wants me to repeat it, I will repeat it in case if you people are not able to understand it. If you want me to continue, type it as continue. If you want me to repeat it, type it as repeat in the chat box. Continue or repeat. Okay. So thank you for the responses. I'll just continue with. Yes. So as per our first transaction, we have passed the receipt entry. And until and unless you people are going to be very fluent and clear, so you please pass it through double entry mode only. Okay. So when you are comfortable, see, who has to choose single entry mode, who has to choose the double entry mode, means it is based on the user's compatibility. So if the user is comfortable with a double entry mode, the person who is very much good in what to debit, what to credit, so they can use it in double entry mode. So the user who is not comfortable or having a confusion what to debit, what to credit, so that person can be able to use it in the single entry mode, which will be easy to them. Just select the ledger what it is applicable over there on that particular field. Okay, fine. So let us go to the entry number 2. So that is yes, opened a business bank account in HDFC Bank with cash deposit of rupees 1 lakh. So this transaction has to be entered through contra transaction. Yes. So in the contra transaction, the shortcut key is F4. So press F4, and here also it is asking us first with debit or credit.
Credit, sir.
Credit. What should be credited as per the entry?
Cash, sir, cash.
Yes. So cash account has to be credited. So let me select it, the cash account which is there on the right hand side, and the value is 1 lakh. And one more feature I want to explain to you. When we are going to pass any entry in the tally, as soon as you select the ledger account, you can be able to see the balance of that ledger. So below to that name of that ledger, it shows as current balance. Okay. So what is the current balance? Do we have it now?
1 lakh, sir.
Is it 1 lakh or 10 lakh?
10 lakhs, sir.
Yes. So we brought it through the capital, the cash as a 10 lakh. So the balance is showing as a 10 lakh debit. So if it is showing in a black in color, it is a positive balance. If it shows in red in color, it's a negative balance. Okay. So cash it is in the positive balance. So as soon as I give this value of 1 lakh and if I press enter, so can you see the balance has been changed?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So now it is showing as 9 lakh because 1 lakh amount has been going out. So cash and amount is going out, and this amount it has been received by bank. So it is debited. And now you can see the HDFC bank account current balance is 1 lakh. So that has been increased. Okay. So whenever we are going to have a bank ledger account in the transaction, while using it in the tally transaction, you will be having a new screen which is called as bank allocation screen. So this screen will explain that what is happening in the bank account. So what is that transaction type is happening in the bank account. So you can see the transaction type. Below to the transaction type, it is showing as what?
Cash.
Below to the transaction type, it shows as cash. So press backspace and get the cursor on the cash or below to the transaction type. Press space bar. You can be able to see that what are the other options. Okay. So presently it shows check or DD, e-fund transfer or others. So if you use the up and down arrow key and get the cursor on show more and click on show more option, you can be able to see that through the bank, what are the ways of transactions we can be able to do it. So you can choose the right options over here and it will say that what type of transaction has happened in your bank book. Okay. So now we have to choose it out of this list as cash because cash is getting deposited into the bank. Okay. So enter. So you will be getting a screen which is a denomination screen. Okay. So I'll be explaining all this information when we are doing a concept of banking. So as of now, let me put it denominations. Normally, when do I write the denomination? Means when I deposit the amount into the bank through cash, it will ask you to specify that what are the types of currencies are you using it to deposit it. Okay. So here I'm going to give it example 2000. I'll give it as a 20 notes, 500 at 100, 200 at 20 and hundreds at 60. Okay. So let's assume that this type of currencies I have used it to deposit a cash of 1 lakh. Okay. So once after entering all this and make sure there is no difference over here in the denominations value calculation, accept the screen. Okay. So this is how you are going to record a contra transaction. Is that clear to everyone with the contra transactions?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So I'll accept this entry. Okay. So now let me go to the next transaction is what? It is purchase. Okay. So purchase has to be entered through purchase account. I mean purchase voucher tag. The shortcut key is F9. Okay. Just give me a minute. I'll be back. Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, so we will go ahead with the next voucher, that is purchase. So as I said, there are three modes of transaction. So presently we are there in which mode? How do I come to know that I'm there in which mode? Can
Control plus
anyone try to
H.
find it? Yes, ma'am.
Control plus H.
Very good. Control H, that is for changing the mode. So we are there in which mode as of now?
Item invoice.
Item invoice. So when do I use an item invoice? Means when I have an inventory information. So whether do I have any inventory information in this entry? Let me have a check. So purchase from Arvind company for rupees 5,000. So do you have any inventory information, any stock item?
No, sir.
No, right? So then I am not supposed to pass it in the item invoice because there is no item details. So either I can pass it accounting invoice. So invoice mode is similar to your single entry mode. Okay. So you have to select it. So here the party name, since it is a cash basis, so I have to take it as cash. So if I press spacebar, I will get only the cash ledger and the party names, cash, bank, and party names. Okay. So since this is a cash basis, I have to select it as cash. Okay. So whenever you are going to select the party or cash or bank, in the purchase, sales, debit note, credit note, you will be asked with extra information. So if you have any extra information, and this extra information screen is called as supplementary details. Okay. If you have any extra details, you can feed it up. If not, you just accept the screen by Control A. Okay. So the next thing is I have to choose the second ledger. So what is the second ledger is purchase account. Okay. So let me enter the value. So that is 5,000. So this is how you are going to pass it purchase entry through accounting invoice. Now the same entry, if I want to pass it in as voucher, Control H. So I will turn this into as voucher. So when you are passing the entry in the as voucher mode, so that is nothing but it is in double entry mode. Okay. So until and unless you are comfortable, try to use it purchase, sales, debit note, credit note in as voucher mode only. That is in double entry mode. Payment receipt contra, also try to use it in double entry mode, which will make you feel it comfortable. Okay. So like this. So cash is credited first and purchase account is debited. So if it asks for inventory details, so do not write anything. Press enter key. Suppose if you are getting a list, then select it as end of list, because there is no inventory what we discussed now. Okay. So this is how you are going to pass the purchase entry. So when you people are practicing it, please put the narration. Make sure that you are entering narration. Okay. I'll just press entry. Is that clear with the purchase entry?
Yes, sir.
Good. So now let me go to the next transaction.
Sir, in accounting invoice mode, it is only single
Yeah.
entry type, sir. We should always use
Yes.
voucher mode, sir.
As voucher is double entry mode.
Sir, it is better to always use voucher mode, sir, or item
Yeah.
invoice mode.
Even if you have an item also, you can use as voucher only. See, again, I'm saying it is up to you in what way it is going to be comfortable to you. See, item invoice, if you are going to have a stock item details, then only you have to take it item invoice. Otherwise, you are not supposed to use it. Accounting invoice, when you don't have a inventory information or stock item details, you have only accounting ledgers, then you can use accounts invoice. Either you have a stock item information or you don't have a stock item information. Both the information can be entered when you are there in the as voucher mode.
Yes.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Or is still in confused?
Clear, sir.
It's been clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So now, entry number 4. So we have to pass it through purchase. So we are there in the purchase entry only. So as per this entry, I have to credit what? IK Interiors account. The value of an asset is 30,000. Then select which purchase account. Is it purchase or should we select
Furniture, sir.
furniture account, right? So when I select the purchase account, it is asking me to select the stock item. But here I didn't purchase a stock item, I purchased an asset. So now it is not showing over here. Okay. Generally, when you are passing a purchase entry, it will not show you the asset account ledger, because every time I don't buy a asset, I always purchase with inventory. So when you are purchasing an asset and you have already created a ledger, and if it is not showing over here in the list, then click on show more option. Are you able to see the show more option on the right hand side in the list of ledgers? So can we see the furniture account in this list?
Yes, sir.
So you can choose it. Okay. So furniture account is debited, credited to IK Interiors account. So enter the narration and accept the screen. Is that understood till here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now, before continuing the further transaction, so the first three transactions, whatever we passed it. So the first one was bringing a capital. So it is through cash. Second, it is cash and bank. The third one is it was through cash only. So that means everything it is clear. Either the cash is going out or cash is coming in. Either through bank it is going out or to the bank it is coming in. So till now it is only a cash and carry business only it was running. But from this transaction it is running with credit. So that means I didn't clear the amount in the same transaction. Immediately I didn't pay it. So I have taken it on credit. So when I have a credit transaction, so where does this impact? In which of the reports it will have an impact that I am payable of this much of amount to the so and so party? Which report talks about that? So are you able to see the gateway of tally? In the gateway of tally reports, under the reports, certain types of reports.
Yes, sir.
So which report in this screen will have an impact that this much of amount is payable to so and so party? In which report it is going to show?
Balance sheet.
Balance sheet. Good. So in the balance sheet, we have multiple components. So for which one it shows the information? This is related to which
Sundry
component?
creditors, liabilities, sir. Sundry creditors are liabilities, current liabilities.
So it is in current liabilities. So as you said, it is sundry creditors, right? So whether is it showing sundry creditors under current liabilities?
Sir, if we click, we'll get to know, sir. If we click on the
Yes,
current liabilities,
yes. So if I click over there, I'll be able to get to it. Good, it will take you inside that. But when you are there in the main screen, here itself, I want to see it. That current liabilities value, whatever it is showing, it relates to what? So whenever you check any reports in Tally, it's not only balance sheet, any reports in Tally, use Alt F5. So Alt F5 it is an option to get a detailed information in any screen of Tally. So are we getting the sundry creditors details over here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So now, if you go to the sundry creditors, get the cursor on the sundry creditors and press enter once again, you will be able to know that who is that sundry creditor to whom I am supposed to pay. So it will list out all the creditors. If you have done a transactions with multiple creditors, so it will list out all the creditors to whom you are supposed to pay. Okay. So now, if I press enter on this, so if I have a confusion or a doubt, how it can become a 30,000? So I can press enter on this. So it will show for which month the transaction is being reflected. And if I have a balance problem of that particular month, I can press enter. So it shows what are the transactions involved to get that value in that report. And if I have any doubt in that entry wise, I can get the cursor on that particular entry and press enter. So you will be inside that entry. So that means if you want to make any changes in the value, it's not that you can be able to do the changes directly in the report. It has to be the core level. That means it has to be changed in the entry level only. The values has to be changed in the entry level, not on the report level. Okay. So bringing up your report screen to till the entry screen, it is called as drilling down the reports. Okay. The term is drill down the report. Okay. So let me come back to the main screen. Okay. So after coming to the balance sheet, I used Alt F5. In case if Alt F5 is not working, you can use Alt F1. Okay. So either you can use Alt F5 or Alt F1 to get the detailed information of any reports. Okay. So this is one report. Tally has one more report to know that what is the outstanding payables I am supposed to pay and what is the outstanding receivables I am supposed to receive it from which party for which transaction. So if I want that detailed report, instead of going to the balance sheet, I can go to the gateway of Tally. There is an option called display more reports. What is shortcut key for display?
D, sir.
Yes. So in the display, we have many more reports. It's not that only in the gateway of Tally, everything is entered and we can see it only in the gateway of Tally options. So we have more reports by going to the display more reports. So here you have a report called statement of accounts. What is shortcut key for statement of accounts?
S.
Yes.
Yes. So in the statement of accounts, we have a report called outstandings. So outstandings, it's O. Now you can be able to see the information about the payables. Okay, so it is P. So if I go to the bills payable report, I should be able to get that information to be paid to the IK interiors. Is that we have to get the information or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So why it is not showing to us means we have to use a feature for this so that it is going to give us the information what is payables, what is receivables, for what bill. Okay, so that feature has to be enabled from gateway of Tally either at the time of creation of party ledgers or if you have already created and not getting that option, means you should go to the alter A, go to the ledger and select the party. So who was the party? IK Interiors. So go over here, and after selecting the group as sundry creditors or sundry debtors, so there is an option called maintain balances bill by bill. So keep this option as always as yes from now onwards. Okay. So maintain balances bill by bill, make it as yes. Then it is asking us what is the default credit period. That means, as you know that we are taking a credit means, or when we give a credit, so there is a time given to clear that amount without any extra penalty or interest amount. There is no any charges for the time taken, for the time given. Okay. So you can be able to enter that if it is fixed by that party. Always for all the bills, they are going to give minimum of this many days, so you can enter that days. In case if a party is going to keep on changing it, so first bill he will allow us for 15 days, second bill for 20 days, third bill for 10 days. So if there is always a fluctuation in credit period, so then you don't give it anything over here. Okay. So now let me assume it that all the dealers are going to give it 30 days of credit period. So give it as 30. So accepted. Same way, keep it with GK Traders account also, because it's a sundry data. Let me give it as 30. Okay. So whenever you are going to create a party ledgers under sundry creditors or sundry debtors, mandatorily you have to enable this option, maintain balances bill by bill. So what is that going to help us? So now I have to go to that entry which I have already passed this entry. Okay. So if you want to see the list of all the transactions, you can go to the report. One common report is you can go to daybook, which is there on the gateway of Tally under the vouchers. Okay. So either I can go over here, or the same daybook, it is also given on the other screen, that is from gateway of Tally display. If you go here also, there is a daybook. So daybook is the only report which is given twice in the Tally. So I can go to the daybook. So daybook is a report which will show the list of all the transactions on a daily basis. Okay. So here I can be able to get all the transaction details, but I don't prefer always to go to the daybook report. Okay. Why? Because here we have recorded only 4 transactions. So you are able to see only 4 transactions. You can choose it and you can find the transaction which you want easily. But in case on the regular business, so every day the people will be recording minimum 50 to 100 transactions. In that case, you will be having 1000 transactions. You have to choose it in that case, which entry do you want to check it out. So to make it easy, so Tally has given one shortcut key, that is you can see on the right hand side as F4 voucher type. That means I can press F4, I'll get a list of voucher type. So I can choose it which voucher type entry I want to view it. So you can be able to view the transaction details only related to that particular voucher type. Okay. So this is another way in the daybook. But still, let's assume it. Even when I press F4, and if I'm going to have a hundreds of transactions, it's not going to be easy to me to find out that particular information, that ledger, the transaction details. So the other way is come to the gateway of Tally, go to the display. There is a report called accounts books, that is A. So in the accounts books, so you can be able to choose it with ledger option. So here you can choose that ledger. So now for what ledger account we have to make the changes in the entry. So which is that ledger account we used it to pass the entry? Do you remember what was that ledger we used on that in that entry?
IK Interiors.
Yes, IK Interiors. So I can be able to go to the IK Interiors. So I'll repeat it once again. From the gateway of Tally, I went to display and I went to accounts books and I went to ledger. So this will give you ledger wise report. So if I go to the IK Interiors, it shows only those transactions which are being passed by using that ledger. So this will help you out to easily find it out, the transactions related to that ledger account. Okay, so now I will go to this entry, press enter. Okay, so now here I'll be selecting the party ledger which is credited. After accepting this screen and after entering the amount, you will be able to get a new screen called bill wise detail screen. So this bill wise detail screen will help you out to track the outstanding reports. Okay, so now which reference to be used for this transaction? So I'll just take a minute of time to explain it. Advance option will be selected only when you are passing a transaction related to advance payment or advance receipt. So are we doing this entry related to advance payment or advance receipt?
No, sir.
Okay, so just give me a minute. Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, so we were talking about the types of references. So here we are going to select the reference set which is applicable for this transaction. Advance will be selected only when we are going to have an advance payment or advance receipt for the future purchases or sales. So this is a transaction of purchase which is not an advance payment or advance receipt. So advance is not applicable. Against reference. So AGST is the short name for against. So against reference will be selected only when you are clearing a bill of previous transaction, or when you clear outstanding payable or outstanding receivables. In such instances only you are going to select it with against reference. Okay, so whether are we passing it any against entry?
No, sir, it is new and
Yes. So against reference is not applicable. Then the new reference is when we have a new transaction where the outstanding report will generate from now. Okay, so outstanding report is nothing but receivables and payables. By selecting the new reference, it has to start with the new outstanding report. Then in that case, we are going to select as a new reference. On account will be selected once you are not sure either it is an advance or is it an against or is it a new reference. In such instances, we will select as on account, because I cannot move the cursor. I cannot go out of the screen without selecting any one of it. But I'm not sure that either is it an advance or is it an against or is it a new reference. So when I'm in confused, I can select it as on account. But if you select as on account, it will not create any outstanding report. So it is just like I'm not using any feature. Okay, it is a neutral. Okay, so now out of these 4 references, which is the relevant reference?
sir, new reference.
Yes. So whenever you are going to select a new reference or advanced reference, you are asked to enter the reference name. So reference name can be anything. You can give it in any name which you can understand, because when you have a multiple transactions with the same party and when you are clearing that bills, you should be able to understand that which bill has how much value. Okay, so for that reason you can give a reference name. So I will give it as IK purchase 1. So this is my understanding that this reference number, it is related to
Excuse me, sir.
purchase 1 for the IK interiors.
So
Okay,
sorry to
so
interrupt.
since I have given that, yeah, go ahead, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So it's already one. We're supposed to take attendance.
Okay. Uh, so how do you go with attendance, ma'am? Like I have a list of all the people who have been logged in.
Fine, sir. Then you can take a screenshot of it.
Yeah, I can get this data. I can download it. Okay, and I can be able to share it to you.
All right, sir. Fine.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Yes. So I'll just take. Do you have any other session after this?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll just take another 10 minutes and I'll wind up with today's session. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So I've taken the new reference and I've given the name of a reference. Then due date, automatically it has taken the 30 days, so which was being given at the time of creation of party ledger. If you want to change, you can change it either from 30 days to 45 days or for 20 days, you can change it. Okay. So the next thing is amount has come automatically. So let it be the same. So just accept the entry. So once after accepting the entry with the reference, so now if you go to the gateway of Tally, display, statement of accounts, outstandings, and if you go to the payables, you can be able to see this details, that how much is pending amount has to be paid to this party. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now if you press Alt F5, you will be able to know that how this pending amount has come. Okay, so the next entry is, I think it is a payment. So let me go to the payment, vouchers, F5. So what should be debited is IK in TDS account. So one thing I want to add it, whenever you people are going to pass it, purchase, sales, sorry, payment, receipt and journal. I'll just add a point while passing payment, receipt and journal. Press F12 in the screen and make sure the option pre-allocate bills for payment, receipt and contra as yes. So before passing, make sure by press F12 pre-allocate bills for payment, receipt, contra as yes. Okay, so let me press F12 and this option pre-allocate bills for payment, receipt, contra will be, sorry, payment, receipt, journal will be yes. So accept it. So I have to select the party ledger. So as soon as I select the party ledger, I will be getting the bill wise detail screen. So can you tell me what could be the reference type to be selected? So is it advance, against, new or on account? Can anyone let me know?
Against reference, no sir, because previously we gave one reference.
Yes. So when I select with the against reference, you can be able to see that the list of references. So I have to choose that reference which I am clearing it. And here I am not clearing the full amount. I am clearing it out 20,000 only. And it is through bank. It is HDFC Bank. So when you have a HDFC Bank, you can see that transaction type automatically it has taken as check. In case if it is a different, you can select it the different modes. So if any check number is given, you can give the check number and you can accept the screen. Okay. So now when I've cleared 20,000, so how much it has to be pending now?
10,000 sir.
10,000. So let me see first in the balance sheet, Alt F5. So can we see the sundry credit as is 10,000?
Yes sir.
So what is the other report I have to check it out for the pending amount?
Statement of accounts sir, outstanding.
Yes. Display statement of accounts, outstandings,
Payables.
payables. So can we see that amount as 10,000?
Yes sir.
Okay. So this is how you can be able to make use of the bill wise details features. So how it became 30,000 to 10,000? If I want to know it, I can press Alt F5 so that it shows. Due to purchase, it was 30,000 and due to payment, it is 10,000. Okay. So let me go to the next entry. Yes. So the next entry is sales entry. So go to the sales voucher F8 and let me change it to as voucher. So can you see here in the sales entry, it is asking us to first debit. Okay. So select debit as GK Traders account. So it's a party. So what is the value? It is 2,80,000. So as per the entry, what is the reference type I should select it here?
New reference, sir.
New reference. So for this, I will give it GKT S1. Okay. Now I was supposed to debit the second ledger, but here it is asking us to credit. Okay. So don't worry. You have to go ahead with that ledger, what it is asking us. Okay. So it is mandatory in the sales entry. You have to take first sales. So first you have debited with GK Traders because it is a credit sales. If it was a cash sales, then we would have selected as cash. Okay. Then it is mandatory you should select as a sales. Then only it will allow us to select other additional ledgers. Discount allowed and the delivery charges, they are called as an additional ledgers. But party ledger or cash ledger and sales ledger, these are considered as a common ledgers. Okay. First, always it will allow you to take with the common ledgers and then it will allow you to take with the additional ledgers. Okay. So let me choose with sales account. So there is no item. I'll press enter. And is it the sales value is 2,80,000?
It is 3 lakhs, sir.
It is 3 lakhs. So when I give it as 3 lakhs, so it will make us to do it the changes. That means you can see the debit balance and the credit balance when there is a difference in the balances. Then only it will ask us to do debit it or credit it. Because there is a difference in the debit balance. So it is asking to debit some ledger so that it will get equal. So now I can choose a debit as discount allowed account. So is it 20,000? No, it is 30,000. So now there is a difference in the credit balance. So it is asking us credit the ledger. So credit with delivery charges. So whenever you have a compound entry, okay, so you have to go with this way only. Okay, you have to choose the ledgers in this way only. Okay, suppose if you are going to get confused in case of double entry mode, you can pass the same entry in accounting invoice, so it will be easy for you. You have to give the values manually. Okay, so in both the mode you can try it. Is that fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you are comfortable in voucher mode, that is in double entry mode, yes, that is okay, no problem. If you are confused there, then you can use this accounting invoice mode and then you can turn it out that into voucher mode. Okay. Next. So now it will be there in the gateway of Tally, display, statement of accounts, outstandings. Then here it will be showing it in the receivables. It is 2,80,000. So the next entry it will be the credit note. So let me go to the credit note entry. So that is by using Alt F6, or you can press, if you have forgotten that the shortcut key of that voucher type. So you can see on the right hand side is that credit note option is given. The shortcut key for the credit note is available on the right hand side shortcut key panel.
No.
No, right?
No.
No. So when you don't find the shortcut key related to vouchers, so you can press F10. F10 is for what? So are you people are able to see the shortcut keys on the right hand side? F10. What is the shortcut key for purchase? It is showing. Is there anyone online?
F9.
Yeah. Can you find it? What is the shortcut key for purchase?
F9.
So below to the purchase, what is the shortcut key? You have it, and for what purpose?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, some girls have their professional exams,
Okay,
so
okay,
they'll
okay,
have to leave the meeting.
okay, okay, okay. Fine. I'll just take a 2 minute and I'll wind it up.
Fine, sir.
Yeah. So it is F10 is for other vouchers where you can be able to choose it with credit note. Otherwise, you can use directly Alt F6, Control H. I will use it for as voucher. So this is for GK traders, and here give it amount as 10,000. So here I am selecting with against reference and select this so that it is going to reduce your balance. So sales return account. So once I pass this, I can go to display, statement of accounts, outstandings, receivables. It shows 2,70,000. Press Alt F5. It shows why it is 2,70,000. Okay. So just write all these transactions and further transactions also. I'll forward the document after this session by the end of the day. Okay. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I want to just confirm with you people. Is it possible to have online class on the other days, like in the next week from 3 to 5 online? Or is there
So,
any timetable given?
we'll have to discuss with our mentor.
Is that okay? So let me know what are the timings it has been discussed and it has been allocated for you people in the group so that we can be able to do the classes on that time. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.